Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You may have a seat. I believe at this point, the state's ready to call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Jeff Bledsoe.
Jeff Bledsoe.
Yes, Your Honor.
Step right up. And raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name for the court?
Jeffrey Dean Bledsoe,
And would you spell your last name, please, sir?
Bledsoe.
All right. And what do you do for a living?
I am the Executive Director for the Tennessee Sheriff's Association.
Okay. And back in 2018, how were you employed?
I was sheriff, the elected sheriff of Dixon County.
All right. So I'm still going to refer to you as Sheriff Bledsoe, if that's all right, because that's what I've called you since I've known you, I think.
Yes, sir.
So Sheriff Bledsoe, how did you become, or did you become involved in the search for Joe Clyde on April the 4th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And who'd you get a call from, I suppose?
I believe it was my chief, Deputy Jerron Holt, gave me a call that morning of the call that we had responded to.
Okay. And then did you go out to the scene after that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Describe the scene as it was when you got there.
When I arrived, we had personnel on scene, and there were searches that were already initiated with K-9 and communication with the family, and things were just starting to evolve and get, I guess, spin up at that point.
Okay. And what did you do when you got there?
My position was to oversee what we were doing and the personnel that we had on scene, and to start formulating what plans we would need to have an exhaustive search at that time.
Okay. And at that point, was the Dixon County Sheriff's Department, the TBI, kind of working side by side on this? Or was it mostly the Sheriff's Department at the time you arrived?
At that moment, it was just our office, and then later we started bringing in extra resources and making those connections for an alert and things that we would normally do.
All right. And that's something I want to get into is kind of other agencies and the overall scope of the search, if that's all right. About what time did you arrive on scene?
There were so many days that I arrived on scene, I'm not positive, but I would say somewhere between 8 and 9 a.m. It would have been after things that were initiated by the patrol division that did the initial response.
Okay. And then through the day, did other agencies begin to kind of filter in as requested to help with the search?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I've got a PowerPoint prepared, and before we get into it, you and I have gone over this PowerPoint pre-trial, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And there's a bunch of agencies listed on here, and you've gone over those, and those were people that were on scene to help with the search. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, to the best of my knowledge.
Sure.
I'm not
There was
sure
a lot
it's
of people out
inclusive.
there, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
I believe at last count, there were something like 24 agencies from different parts of the state and the United States that showed up. Is that an
Yeah.
accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the main two agencies involved in this case was TBI and the Dixon County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and go to the next slide, please, sir. Obviously, we had several other state agencies that showed up to help. What did the Red Cross do as part of the search?
They're tremendous with the support that they provide for just basic needs on scene, for taking care of the personnel on scene with food or looking for a way to shelter in place, and I believe they provided even a mobile restroom facility initially.
All right, and what about the Tennessee Highway Patrol? What was their function on scene?
It was a numerous, voluminous task that they would have. Initially, I think we had support from their aviation unit with their helicopter, and troopers were arriving on scene to either assist throughout the process with the searches or control of the traffic that was in the area, or on the major highway. We had issues with traffic getting backed up down to that area, or people crossing the highway. So they were huge support with their mobile command coming and just their team effort with the search.
Because I imagine with all the volunteers we had, there was a lot of cars around, things of that nature.
Yes, sir. We didn't have enough place for them, but we found areas to get.
All right, and go to the next slide if you will. And this is just the other sheriff's departments that showed up to help. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
Cheatham County, Humphreys County, and then Bexar County, Texas. What did they do?
They specialize in use of drones and equipment that they can use as they fly over areas that can help us to pinpoint certain vegetation that is rich in nitrogen and allows us to go back and look at those areas as a point of interest.
And so all that was utilized as part of this search and the ongoing searches.
Yes, sir, later after that initial.
Sure, sure. All right, next slide, please. And then this is just the local police departments. Of course, the Dixon Police Department, Kingston Springs, and Fairview Police Department. They provide manpower to come and help search.
Yes, sir, they did.
All right. And then the next slide, please, sir. Of course, we had multiple agencies, smaller agencies, state, local, that showed up. Tell us about some of like the emergency management agencies. What were they providing?
They're crucial in establishing our own scene command and documenting with something this large of scale and the duration. We would need to document the actions and radio traffic and what information they receive could be channeled to the scene, and then that's kind of our point of communications. And they also do much more than that with logistics of taking care of our people with food and drink and any of our needs that we need, and that is just a big support to an operation when we're on scene.
Sure, a lot of people out there to help try to support and organize.
Yes, sir, and they have a mobile vehicle that has computer-aided dispatch terminals within that vehicle to help us to log everything and to track as much as we can.
Sure, all right, and the next slide, please. All right, and Sheriff, so is this kind of an overview of the area of Garners Creek Road? Can you see that?
Yes, sir, I can. It starts, looks like, from about 3rd Street going south.
Would this be 3rd Street up here?
Yes, sir, right there.
Going across that way?
Yes, sir.
Then we've got Garners Creek Road coming down this way, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the residence?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then, is this old Garners Creek Road coming down kind of that way?
Yes, sir, to the west side of the Garners Creek.
Next slide, please, Mr. Evans. And then, as you stated, there were a couple helicopters, I think, that were flying. Did we go over some footage from one of those helicopters that kind of shows the command center and the search that was ongoing?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, Mr. Etheridge, if you will play that, please. And Sheriff, that right there, is that kind of the command center where everybody was set up, kind of gathering, information was coming to, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir, the homeowner allowed us to use his driveway and pretty well turned over his shop to us for us to have shelter and places for people to rest. But that's kind of the nexus or the center of the incident command.
Sheriff, is that you and that group of people there huddled up, kind of talking?
Yes, sir, I just put my coat over my arm with the uniform on.
All right. Sheriff, from this view here, the 1112 Garner's Creek, the defendant's home and Joe Clyde's home is kind of up above where the screen is. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, would be at the top beyond the screen.
Okay. The school buses, what were they being used for, Sheriff?
We had such a large-scale presence for search, we used those for transportation to deploy teams to certain areas on the map to do a thorough search.
Whose helicopter is that there, if you know, Sheriff?
It's one of our agencies that partnered with us, that's Tennessee Highway Patrol.
And they were actually flying a search pattern of some sort, is that accurate?
Yes, sir, they were assisting from the aerial aviation side.
And I believe Sergeant Baker was one of the first to arrive on scene, went up in the helicopter first. Is that accurate to your knowledge?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
All right. All right, Mr. Evans, go ahead and pause it there. Your Honor, it has to move that video in as the next exhibit.
46, okay.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, I'm going to show you a photo. Does that appear to be the photo that we showed on the screen earlier, just an overview of the area of Garner's Creek there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and it's the same photo that's up on the screen now.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, that's to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
47.
I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. Could you identify those photographs?
Yes, sir, they appear to be satellite imaging of the area of the scene that we were at, and has different overlays on the map.
And was your department involved in the creation or helping to create what's known as a SAR map?
Yes, sir, we were involved with that.
All right, and what kind of information went into that map?
Each team that we deployed, we would place a tracker on them, and that tracker would communicate with the software. I don't know all the complex details of the technology, but it would map where that tracker would go, and we could take sections of the map and make sure we covered everything within the radius and scope of our search.
Okay, and I'm going to put an image up here on the screen. Is that the first image that you have there in your hand?
Yes, sir, it is.
And could you describe kind of what that image is?
It looks like towards the top, that will be Highway 70, and off to the right of Middle would be where Garner's Creek comes down. It's kind of in yellow on the screen where the road's highlighted, but off of 70.
Highway 70 up here,
Yes, sir.
and Garner's Creek is coming down right through here.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And what are these shaded areas? What do they all represent?
Honestly, sir, I'm not sure what the colors represent on that. It may have been areas that we still needed, but I can't say for sure.
Is that how kind of the area was broken up to be searched in, different grids?
Yes, sir. We could take what was naturally there in the terrain or property lines, fence lines, tree lines, and that would help us to stay on target of what areas we needed to be in, because it's totally different on the ground than what you see from the
Doesn't look
aerial.
anything like this when you're from the ground, does it?
Yes, sir. Correct.
You're gonna have to make that the next exhibit. Next.
48.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is kind of a crazy picture. Is this a more blown up view of the area that we were looking at?
Yes, sir. It's zoomed in, more detail.
And the STAR map, would it include details of what was searched and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir. It should have the tracking from those GPS trackers to show each movement. It just lays a line on the map.
Okay, you're gonna have to make that the next exhibit.
49.
Sheriff, what are we looking at here?
It's of the same area with Highway 70 near the top, and it's the Tennessee City area. And it, again, it's got the grids on it. I couldn't tell you what exactly each color and point is specifically to this map.
Okay, is this Highway 70 up here?
Yes, sir.
So would this area with all the colors and words be the area of Garner's Creek and the residents?
Yes, sir. Those were primary areas that we needed to initially focus on.
And what is this yellow line down here?
That's Interstate 40, which is in the southern end of our county.
And what about all of these red lines? What do those represent?
I'm not positive what exactly those lines are at this point.
Okay. And then, so area from up here was all searched around the residents?
Yes, sir.
And then, did the search extend down south towards the interstate here?
Yes, sir, it did.
You're gonna estimate that the next exhibit.
51. 50.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, is this a zoomed in view of the south portion of what we were just looking at?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this shaded area here and these red lines, that indicate search areas that were searches conducted? That's what we-
Yes, sir, this should be from the GPS tracking.
Next exhibit, please.
51.
And then this photo, Sheriff, what, is this yellow box here, is that an area that was searched for more thoroughly along with these red lines from the GPS coordinates?
I know it was an area that was searched thoroughly. I do not recall the date or anything like that, but yes, sir, it was an area of interest for us, and I think that's why it's highlighted.
And this road here that we see down south, what is that?
That's, again, Interstate 40.
In relation to the residents, where is Interstate 40?
Interstate 40 is south of the residence.
About how far? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I would say 6 to 8 miles. I'm not positive on the mileage.
It's multiple miles.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
a fair statement? That's to make that the next exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Well, Sheriff, this over here, does that represent the Harris Road area? Or what represent, is that where the Harris Road area is with all these search marks around it?
I'm trying to get my bearing on this map here.
It can be difficult.
So I believe that line going across maybe is the TVA right-of-way where it's got the cleared path across, but this is so small I can't quite distinguish which area that is, but that would be consistent with that area.
The Harris Road area, was that an area of interest?
Yes, sir, it was.
And was that area searched, kind of combed through multiple times?
Yes, sir, thoroughly.
All right. And when an area is searched, you said the team carries that tracker with it. Is that what the red lines are? The team, it marks on the map where the team goes?
Yes, sir, and the way it's so many paths there, it colors it in where it's hard to recognize
Absolutely.
what's under it, so yes, sir.
I understand. And Judge, we have to make that the next exhibit, please. Next slide, please, Mr. Etheridge. So we've spoken about, there were many volunteers that showed up to the search. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
When did they begin showing up?
Day one, we started with some initial searches, and then that continued on for quite some time.
Okay. Did volunteers, how were they organized, or did they have to register first?
Yes, sir, we wanted to vet those that were searching, and we had some parameters of how many people we could have per team so that we could manage everything and not let everything just be all over the place. So everything was strictly under guidelines and protocols that would be consistent with search teams and incident command, how many people would be with a leader of a team.
All right, so we were able to essentially track how many people we had out there on the ground. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, we wanted to make sure everyone was documented and the areas were documented.
All right. And how, you said the search team, teams went out or the people went out in teams. How are those teams formed and who led them, if anyone?
From the first day, I asked for our special response team to come in, and those were coordinated with people outside of my administrative level, but those teams, when they got on, were put into certain areas and certain groups with them. I would have to look at the documentation because we were doing so many different things at that point that I was depending on others to structure the team and make sure I would oversee and look in and see where they were going and could see the map in pretty much real time or once it laid it back over on the map. But I couldn't tell you exactly
Absolutely.
how that was organized.
Did every team have an officer with them?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. So a team of volunteers would go out and there would be an officer placed with them and a GPS tracker to record where they went?
Yes, sir, because we needed that local communication too with our dispatch on scene and incident command to have the local radio traffic and that's consistent, yes, sir.
So the first search, we just kind of got it grouped there, was from April the 4th to April the 6th. Is that accurate?
Yes,
The
sir.
initial search, I guess we could call it.
Yes, sir.
Were more searches conducted after that with citizen volunteers?
Yes, sir.
All right, and is that the dates that we have listed up there?
Yes, sir. May 19th was our largest search where we could expand that out and have the proper resources, and there was an operations plan put together, and members were vetted who would be team leaders that had certain backgrounds within search and terrain, and so it was all organized on the 19th. That was the largest one that we had.
And the May 19th search, I mean, that was well after charges were filed in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So did the investigation, did it ever really stop? The search, did it ever stop?
No, sir. If today there's anything of interest, there would still be searching. There's no doubt in my mind with that, and if anyone says that we stopped searching, that would be misleading.
Sure. All right, next slide, please. And then this is a list of, well, let me ask it this way. Were there multiple searches conducted by the Sheriff's Department and other police agencies that didn't include citizen volunteers?
Yes, sir, specifically for the law enforcement realm.
And I'm going to hand you a document. I know that's probably hard to see from where you're seated. What does that document list out that I've handed to you?
The left column lists the dates, and the right column gives locations and the agency in brackets that participated in these numerous searches.
And what's the date range from the top to the bottom?
From April the 8th until May the 19th of this year, 2021.
So May the 19th of 2021, it's just a couple weeks ago.
Yes,
is
sir.
it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Again, I asked to make that The next exhibit, please.
54? Yes, sir.
Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about resources that were used. TBI and THP Air, were there ponds that were searched?
Yes, this area is just vastly populated with bodies of water and ponds. It's more than any other area, I think, in our county. But it was a logistics undertaking just to cover the waters that were in that area.
And how was that done?
We had help from a number of sources with dive teams, or they could put boats in. They could use conventional technology to drag the scene. There were some that were able to help that had the underwater cameras, or TWRA has a device that's similar to a underwater drone or a robot that has camera systems, and they can put that in, and the operator can run certain grids, patterns, depending upon the size of the body of water, and it just depends on the depth and the volume,
Okay.
the size.
And then, of course, we had multiple police agencies on the scene, including the special, the SWAT team and the cameras. Were there, to your knowledge, did you see dogs being used, search and rescue kind of dogs being used?
Yes, constantly.
All right. Next slide, please. Were you involved, and to your knowledge, were there some experts that were brought in to try to help with this?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Dr. Berryman and Dr. Jantz, are those the doctors that would kind of review any bones that were found, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Dr. Arpad Voss, what did he do? What is he helping them with the search, or what was his role?
He has a specialty in which it's a scientific measure that I wouldn't be knowledgeable of to try to explain, but I did vet him. I was given references of agencies that he had assisted across the country, and I called and spoke with probably 3 or 4 different agencies in which he was able to assist, and I was able to verify that his technology has proven itself. And through the help of TBI, we were able to fly him in and have him assist with the search.
I believe he worked on the Casey Anthony case in Florida, did he not?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
All right. And then Dr. Michael Gibson, I believe he brought in a ground penetrating radar. Do you have any knowledge of that being done?
Yes, sir, I remember the name and the use of the technology.
All right. Next slide, please, sir. All right. Sheriff Bledsoe, have you ever been involved in a missing child search that was this large in Dixon County?
Not at this scale, no, sir.
Have you ever known of one in Middle Tennessee, to your knowledge?
There's another one that comes to mind in another county, which there was a child missing, but I don't know the scale of their operation compared to ours. I'm sure it was everything, every resource they could find.
All right. And Your Honor has to make that PowerPoint.
This would be 55.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. That's our questions, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Hi, Sheriff, been a while.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lockhart.
The searches that took place were even thorough in regard to, I believe, a psychic had called in and thought maybe the child was in a well. That was followed up on too, is that correct? Do you recall that?
We had numerous tips from people that represented as psychics, and everything that I was aware of was followed up on.
All right. And lots of people, canine dogs were used, very extensive and meticulous search and investigation. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And was any physical evidence found indicating that Joe Clyde Daniels was murdered?
Not that I was involved with, no, sir.
All right. And was there any physical evidence found that indicated that Joe Clyde Daniels was even dead?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
And did your department or other agencies go to the house where a lady called in and said her child's shoes or boots were taken off her front porch that same early morning or night this Joe Clyde went missing?
Yes, sir. From the best of my knowledge, I remember something with the lady calling about boots and maybe the barn, and that was checked.
Did they take dogs out there to try to pick up a scent?
I don't know on that. No, sir. I'm not sure.
Do you feel like that's something that should have been done?
If we had the dogs on scene when we checked, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have a meticulous GPS search done of the area where the lady called in and said her daughter saw a little boy in dirty pajamas?
I don't recall that, sir. That may have been after I left the sheriff's office. I'm not positive. Do you know a date on that?
It would have been within 5 days or less.
Oh, 5 days from our initial response?
Yeah, from,
For some reason, I remember pajamas, but I don't remember anything that would have been reported to us. I know through our process of documentation and review of all that information that was coming in, that it was followed up on. If that one wasn't, then it's escaped my radar.
if that was not followed up on, that would be a pretty serious mistake, wouldn't it?
It would need to be reviewed, yes, sir. We need to talk to that person.
And would you also want to do a GPS search in that location?
I would want to get all the facts of what was described and seen, and then make a determination if we needed to use resources to search that area.
But I mean, if a mother told you her child said she saw a little boy in dirty pajamas within a few days of Joe Clyde missing, that would want to be followed up on, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, if it fits the description and everything. Even beyond that, we may want to talk to some neighbors or something just to see what that would be about, see if we could validate it.
But if they say it's a little boy in dirty pajamas, even if they can't give a great description.
Hearsay at this point. He's getting into what someone else said, offering that for the truth of the matter asserted.
Ladies and gentlemen, step out, please. All right, your objection is as to hearsay, but this is really a question that's asking, and Mr. Lockett has done this on another occasion, asking a witness about an incident that we've had a pretrial hearing on, in which I ruled we would not allow the testimony of the mother to come in and testify that the daughter made this statement. I'm assuming that Mr. Lockett may have her as a witness and may bring the child in and let her testify in order, because he's asking these questions. I don't know that, but it don't seem to, but it does seem to me that right now, what he's asking this witness is about a hearsay statement of the child that I've already ruled would not be admissible because of the factors that I cited in my ruling. I'm not sure how it would be applicable to this. He's being asked a theoretical question about an event or a piece of evidence that I've ruled, at least at this point, is not admissible under the form of the mother testifying of the child's statement. If the child were to come in and testify, that'd be a different matter. She's the one who actually had the firsthand knowledge. So that's my concern, is that the question that's formulated right now is the mother's reported that the child said she saw a child in dirty pajamas, and that's the very thing that I have ruled on as being inadmissible in that form. So my concern is allowing the question to this witness that seems to suppose that that information is coming in, because I think in a way it may or may not be coming in depending on whether the child is going to testify. But your objection is as to the basis of hearsay, is that correct?
It's hearsay and I didn't want to get into the out-of-court hearing
Well-
in front of the jury, but relying on the court's prior ruling that this is hearsay and can't come in absent the girl testifying. And what's happening now is Mr. Lockhart's trying to get in double hearsay, the child's statement to the mother and then the mother's statement to Mr. Lockhart. So certainly, I think certainly the court ruled that he can ask if there was a lead that was followed up on, which has been done and answered. But getting into what the child supposedly said, we would object to as hearsay.
Judge, we would also ask for an instruction to the jury to disregard Mr. Locke's entire line of questioning because he is in clear violation of the court's pretrial ruling. That's why we had his lengthy motion on this issue with multiple witnesses. We have a transcript from that hearing. He is in direct violation of this court's order. And the jury needs to be instructed to disregard that entire line of questioning.
Mr. Lockhart, you wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor had ruled that statement could not come in as to what the girl saw for the truth of the matter asserted. This is not being asked for the truth of the matter asserted. The state has gone to great lengths with multiple pictures and GPS maps, and 20-something agencies come in to show how meticulous and thorough their search and their investigation was. I'm simply trying to establish that there were these two reports that came in, not the truth of the matter asserted, but based on the report, the same late night or early morning hours this child went missing, a woman's child's shoes were taken off the porch. Dogs weren't brought in to try to follow that or trace it. No evidence of a GPS search to try to find who put those shoes on and left with them. And then the incident where the lady said her child saw a little boy in dirty pajamas. The court already knows from a previous hearing that there was no meticulous GPS search. The testimony was that officer drove up and down the road and stopped at bridges and looking over. So this comes in to show, again, bias of the investigation, and also to contradict the sheriff's testimony that this was this broad, expansive GPS search with multiple agencies. It goes to show that it was not that thorough. It was not that meticulous, and that they had leads. They even followed up on psychic leads where psychics would call in. Yet you have a mother that calls in that her child's shoes were taken off the porch this same time period. That's not followed up on. So it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, and I think the court should charge a jury. That's not introduced for the purpose of the truth of the matter asserted, but it's introduced to show evidence of bias in the investigation. And that's clearly under the law. And Your Honor ruled I could ask about the reports and the effect it had on the officers and what they did, is my recollection.
I believe the same argument you're making now is the same exact argument you made at our motion hearing, and that was that it ought to be coming in to show bias of the investigation. And I made the ruling that I made because it was essentially double hearsay. The child was only 4 years of age, and the mother, when she testified, said, I asked if the child was available to testify. She said she doesn't remember any of this happening. And so the unreliability in that particular situation was what caused me to lead me to exclude the evidence. I think the point of the fact is that you've asked the question and stated in your question the fact that, if there was a report that was made such as that, the evidence of that report being made will not be introduced under my ruling. You've asked the question about whether they followed up on such a lead, and my ruling, I'm going to sustain the objection as to any further questioning about that and instruct the jury that questions are not evidence. And the fact that you've asked a question was purpose of trying to show what the defense's position is about the extent of the investigation and whether other leads were given that weren't followed up on. But that's the sole purpose for which that question was asked.
And also, Your Honor, since the jury's out, will the same type ruling being in place, because we've already heard hearsay from a 3-year-old, is the court going to require that 3-year-old come in to testify?
You were in the courtroom when I made my ruling, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you heard the basis of my ruling was that it was an excited utterance, and it did not require that under that case, the State versus Franklin case, the 2010 Supreme Court decision, did not require that the person be absent or be brought into court in order to admit an excited utterance. And that was the basis of my ruling. I do not find that there was no argument at the hearing that we had that this statement by this 4-year-old child regarding her supposedly having seen a dirty boy in pajamas, or boy in dirty pajamas, there was no argument made by the defense propagating that that was an excited utterance. It was simply a statement made by the child allegedly to the mother, and the child doesn't remember the statement being made. So I am applying the same standard because of the fact that two things don't apply. Your client, or rather your position is that I ought to require this child at 3 years of age to come in, and the excited utterance exception, which I ruled upon, does not require that. So my position is that I have ruled correctly on that, and that's what I'm going to do when the jury returns.
So at this point, I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not to ask any more questions about this, and I think that's what the court's saying.
What I'm saying is that you've asked this officer, if they got that report, did they do an aerial search? And he's answered he's not even aware of that report being made. You've asked him, wouldn't that be important if that report came in to make that search? And he, I believe, said it would be important. And I think, how much further do you feel that you need to go to establish your issue about the search?
I'm just wanting clarification. I don't need, what I asked was about a GPS search. And I don't intend to ask about an aerial search. I just want to clarify where we're at. So I'm not to ask any more questions about these reports because it's been covered.
The report of the, there's been no objection to the report about the boots being missing, and that's been brought out in other testimony. There was no hearing about the boots being missing from a neighboring house. There's no hearing on that where I've had to make a ruling. The only ruling I've had to make is on the report about the child seeing the little boy and allegedly seeing the boy in dirty pajamas. And that's what I've ruled upon, and that's what I'm saying. It would be inappropriate to continue asking questions about that particular issue regarding when I've made that ruling. So
Yes, Your Honor.
I've allowed it. I'm not going to tell the jury to disregard it, but I'm going to give them a limiting instruction that would allow them to consider it only for the purpose of demonstrating anything else, and remind them that the question that you ask is not evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Crouch.
Judge, my only follow-up to that is, first of all, the question from Mr. Lockhart, not only in violation of your order, but he didn't give the sheriff any indication of where this report came from. Your Honor is aware from the hearing, this was a report made in Humphreys County, which Sheriff Bledsoe would not be aware of. And we had 2 witnesses that testified from Humphreys County Sheriff's Department eliminating this possibility. First of all, well, I'm not going to go rehash that entire argument, but I think the jury needs to hear that the report Mr. Lockhart is referring to is from Humphreys County. So Mr. Lockhart never even directed the sheriff as to what county the report came into. He immediately went into the violation of your order. And I'm asking that that be reflected to the jury.
I'll be glad to ask him if he knows the location, how far away it was. I don't know that he knows that.
Well, I'm going to bring the jury back in, and I'm going to instruct them, as I've said, that the questions of lawyers are not evidence. And I've given them in my initial instructions, and they will hear again, and that the question that Mr. Lockhart asked about certain other reports being made have not been introduced as evidence, and therefore they're not to consider them as evidence that those things actually occurred. They were asked by Mr. Lockhart of this witness to try to show whether or not there had been as broad an investigation as he contended in his testimony, or as the state seemed to present, but that they are not to consider what Mr. Lockhart asked in his question as being substantive evidence that those things actually occurred. And I'm going to leave it at that. Mr. Lockhart, I don't intend to apply any sort of sanction in telling the jury to disregard your entire line of questioning. I understand your theory behind but I do think that it's the same argument that was made at the hearing. So let's be sure if you're going to intend to try to do that again, let's try to make sure the jury's out and you propose that question before we go any further.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you before, my job is sometimes as the rule keeper or the gatekeeper or the enforcer of the rules. In your absence, I considered an objection the state had to the line of questioning that Mr. Lockhart was asking about other reports. I would remind you of what I've told you in our initial instructions, and that is questions that whether it's the state or the defense, a lawyer's questions to a witness are not evidence. Mr. Lockhart asked this witness about 2 instances supposedly of reports being made and how that affected or what steps were taken in it. There has been no evidence presented to you of either of those instances taking place. So those questions are not reflective of substantive evidence that has come before you. They are just questions that are designed to say that if such a report had been made, should it have been followed up? And the officer has testified what his knowledge was about either one of those reports. But I'm instructing you to disregard any inference that might have come from the asking of that question that such reports were actually made in this situation. They were made, the question was asked by Mr. Lockhart to help you, and I told him this is how I'm going to address it, to help you understand his position was the search was not as widespread as what the state's position it was. Does everyone understand that? All right, so if you'll follow my instructions in considering that evidence, then we'll go forward. Mr. Lockhart, do you have any other questions?
No further questions.
Mr. Turnbow, do you have any follow-up?
Just briefly, Judge.
So Sheriff Bledsoe, Mr. Lockhart made mention of the fact that there was no physical evidence found. What day was the missing child reported? You recall the date?
The initial response?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that was April the 4th, 2018.
All right, and from April the 4th until later on, over 2 days later in the afternoon of April the 6th, was there a criminal investigation going at that point, or was it just for a missing child?
Later that day, it turned criminal.
Later that day on the 6th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there were 2 days there, over 48 hours, where it was just law enforcement, citizen volunteers, 24 agencies looking for a missing child.
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant in custody at that point?
No, sir.
Was he free to roam about where he wanted to go?
Yes, sir.
He was not under surveillance, wasn't being followed, was he?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Okay. So essentially, there was a 2-day head start.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Your Honor.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bledsoe. You may be excused. Hey, call your next witness.
Agent Pat Mooney, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
When you have a seat, if you'll step in, speak into that microphone as loudly as you can.
Yes, sir.
Could you state your name for the court, please, sir?
Patrick Looney,
And how do you spell your last name, Mr.?
Looney.
All right, and what do you do for a living?
I am a assistant special agent in charge over the TBI's aviation unit.
All right, so as part of your duties in the aviation unit, what do you do?
A wide variety of search and rescue operations, covert surveillance work, everything in support of multiple agencies.
All right, so do you actually fly an airplane for TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're a pilot?
Yes.
And what kind of, you said you fly search and rescue missions, is that using TBI's plane?
Yes.
All right, tell us a little bit about how you would get involved in a search. Where would the request come from? What would happen?
They come from a wide variety of areas. Sometimes it'll be a DA's request, sometimes it'll be inside with our field agents in cooperation with the local agencies. If they have a need for an air asset, that they would filter that through us, either by phone or email or just however means they need to get in touch with us.
All right, and we have a PowerPoint we'll get into here in a minute, but what are some of the plane's capabilities to help in a search and rescue type mission?
The TBI has Pilatus PC-12. It's an intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as a passenger and agent and law enforcement transport aircraft.
Okay. And let's get into the PowerPoint here if we can. And Special Agent Looney, you and I have gone through this PowerPoint before.
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately reflect the plane's camera and pictures and video that were taken that day when you started flying?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. And just kind of a couple more introductory questions, I guess. Did you get a call to go on April the 4th of 2018 to Garner's Creek and help in the search of a missing child?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you respond to that request in the airplane?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you recall about what time you got up in the air over Garner's Creek?
Just sometime in the beginning of the morning.
All right. And this photo here, what does this appear to be, Special Agent Looney?
This is a still image from what the camera system inside our aircraft will produce. Looks like it's in infrared or thermal imaging.
And this red dot, that's a dot or a circle that we place. Is that where the residence was at 1112 Garner's Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right. What are we seeing here on this still image here? We have a video we'll play, but is that thermal imaging from the plane?
Yes, sir, it is.
Tell us a little bit about what does thermal imaging mean? What does it actually do?
Well, it's what the camera does in that specific camera that we have in the payload bay. It measures temperature differential.
Okay.
So it only sees in black and white, and the camera, there's an algorithm. It gets kind of down in the weeds, but it takes temperature differential from a specific area that the camera is looking at. Algorithm puts a picture together, and there's two modes you can do. You can either do white hot or black hot, and just depends on which one has the most clarity for the image we need.
All right, let's play this video. Special Agent Looney, what is this right here?
Looks like wildlife, probably a deer.
And why are those showing up white?
The particular mode that we have is white hot. So if you'll notice that the head of the animal is hotter than the body, and a lot of times it's just like a human would kind of show the same way. The darker colors would be a cooler surface.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next slide.
on the right side of the image, you can tell that looks like cows in a feedlot.
How about right around here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they're also showing it white due to the mode.
The body heat, correct.
Body heat.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said earlier, that's how a human would show up on the camera.
That is correct.
All right. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so let's talk about there's a lot going on here.
It's busy.
So tell us about, and there's a video clip we'll play which may help, but tell us about what's kind of going on here.
Yes, sir. This is a color daytime image. There's multiple information inputs that's compiled into this image. So if you look in the left side where it looks like a picture from a camera, and then you'll see the blue lines.
This right here?
Yes,
And these-
that is the color camera image. And the blue lines that you're seeing kind of drawn across that is we have the capability to, before the airplane takes off, we can program in search grids. So if the airplane is above an address making a circle in an orbit, the camera has the technology to where it can methodically search in a left to right pattern or north, south, east, west, whichever way we program it.
So while you're flying circles around the area, the camera's staying on these blue lines and checking a grid.
That is correct.
accurate? Okay.
And it's a lot of information that comes in, and the camera operator, a lot of times, what this allows us to do is to take this image back and review it in closer detail while we're on the ground instead of being in flight.
Sure. All right, let's go ahead and play the video.
The other images you see kind of in the middle of those, that is just a mapping software that we use to represent house numbers, street names, map and parcel data.
So now here we're kind of zoomed out on this side, and does this show kind of a zoomed out view of where the plane grid is, where it's flying? where
The search
camera's
grid,
flying?
yes, sir. That is correct.
And how this is playing Special Agent Lenny, I'll ask you a question. So while you're flying the plane, do you have someone else operating the camera and kind of working through all this stuff?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So it's kind of a two-man operation when you get called out on the scene.
Yes, sir. Top of the screen shows altitude above ground, latitude, longitude, and then slant range distance from whichever target we're looking at to the belly of the aircraft.
Okay. And so this on the right, this is just a zoomed out view of what the camera's seeing here on the left zoomed in.
That is correct.
Let's go to the next one. All right, so what are we seeing here, Special Agent Lenny?
Yes, sir. Whenever we have a search like this, if it goes beyond our duty times, this allows us to be able to take our search grids and forward those to crews that come on after we go off duty. That way there's a continuity of search area and everyone knows where we've searched and where we haven't and where we need to add to.
So that's what's shown here, is the grids that are searched and
Yes, sir.
researched.
One sortie would be the green area and then a follow-on sortie would be the blue area.
All right, let's go to the next slide. Okay, and this, what is this here?
Looks like spaghetti noodles, but this is a representation of the flight path of the aircraft over a search area. That's a Google Earth image, and the white lines are the exact path that the aircraft took over the ground.
And so that yellow dot there, is that the residence in question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then all the white lines is where the aircraft was flying while the camera was doing the search grid.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. Your Honor has to make the PowerPoint the next exhibit, please.
56,
Yes, sir.
That's our questions for Special Agent Looney, Your Honor.
any questions from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer, you may step down.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You may have a seat. You may be excused if you like.
Yes, sir.
Yes. State called Detective McCartney.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your full name for the court, please?
Sarah McCartney,
Thank you. And would you spell your first and last name?
SarahMcCartney.
Thank you. And Detective McCartney, where are you employed?
With the Dixon County Sheriff's Office,
And what's your position there?
a detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
I've been a detective for almost 5 years,
Thank you. And how many years of total service do you have in law enforcement?
a little over 10 years.
Thank you. And Detective McCartney, were you working on the morning of April the 4th of 2018?
I was?
And were you dispatched to the Garners Creek area?
Yes, sir.
And why were you dispatched there?
My supervisor had called me that morning a little bit before 9 and told me what was going on and said that I needed to respond to the house.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time you arrived on scene at 1112 Garners Creek?
I arrived on scene at 9:08 a.m. that morning.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived?
When I arrived, I immediately went inside the house. I knew my supervisor was in there. He had told me that he was going to be speaking with the parents. So I went inside to see what he needed me to help him do, and he was there speaking with Crystal Daniels.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
Sergeant Trevor Daniel, that's my immediate supervisor.
And you went inside the residence?
Yes, sir.
And who all, other than Sergeant Daniel, did you see inside the residence?
I saw Crystal, the siblings of Joe, Clyde, Alex, and Noah, and an Aunt Joyce.
Okay. Anybody else at home at that point in time?
No, sir.
All right. Do you know where the defendant was?
I did not know.
But he was not in the residence?
He was not.
What else did you do while you were at the residence or on that property?
While my sergeant spoke with Crystal, I noticed Alex standing there, so I took an opportunity to speak with him for just a moment and kind of get his take on things. And he told me that he didn't really know what happened, but he did show me where he and Joe Clyde had been sleeping the night before. And he just pointed out to me what sides of the beds they were sleeping on. He pointed out to me that someone had used the toilet and not flushed it. And he thought that it was Joe Clyde, but he didn't give me a reason why he thought that. He also told me that Joe Clyde had had an accident during the night and had urinated in the floor.
Okay. What'd you do after that?
After that, another one of our detectives had arrived on scene, Detective Troy Martin. He began photographing the scene, and I was just kind of with him observing and just to see if we could see anything that needed to be photographed or anything that needed to be pointed out.
Did you walk around the residence with Detective Martin as he was taking photographs?
I did.
All right. And I have a stack of photographs that I would like for you to look through and identify before we go any further.
Yes, sir. These are the pictures that Detective Troy Martin took at the residence.
Okay? And if I could have Mr. Etheridge go to the first photo. And Detective, starting with the first photo in the stack, is what you're seeing what is on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you identify that photograph?
This is the mailbox of 1112 Garners Creek Road, the residence of the Daniels.
Thank you. And Detective, can you identify any of the vehicles that we see?
There's a THP unit there in the driveway facing the road. The black truck, I'm not sure whose that is.
Okay. Now, when you say the THP vehicle, is that parked at 1115 Garners Creek?
Yes, it is.
So that's not in the Daniels residence driveway, it's across the street?
Right there. The Daniels mailbox is across the street from their own driveway.
And is that a for sale sign that we see at the location of 1115?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you know the name of the residents or the owners of 1115 on April 4th, 2018?
That would have been Jeff and Cheryl Smithson.
And Detective, if you will go to the next photograph, and I'll move that as the next exhibit.
Number
Detective.
57,
47?
50.
57. Detective, the photograph that you have in your hand, does it match what we see on the screen?
It does.
And can you identify what we're looking at?
It's the mailbox, just a closer picture. You see the same THP vehicle there. The maroon vehicle you see parked on the road, that belongs to Joseph Daniels.
Thank you. I'll move that as exhibit 58. And the next photo?
This is going to be a picture of the outside of the Daniels residence, the front of the house, and their driveway.
Move that as exhibit 59. This photograph,
This is the mailbox, the other side of the mailbox.
and on this, we see 1112 Daniel, and what's the other name on the address?
Austin.
And are we looking north or south in this photograph?
In this photograph, you're looking north towards Highway 70.
Move that as the next exhibit.
Sixty.
Detective McCartney, is the photograph in your hand the same as on the screen?
It is
And what do we see?
the outside of their home.
And Detective, as you were going around the outside of their home, did you see any markings in the yard that may have been caused by a vehicle?
It looked like there were tire tracks going through the front yard.
Move that as exhibit 61.
Yes, sir.
Detective, what's this next photograph?
It's another picture of the outside of the home, more towards the side, and you can see one of their storage sheds in the back.
And are you in this photograph?
I am. I'm standing right beside that silver SUV.
The silver SUV that you're standing next to, is that who does that belong to?
Detective Troy Martin.
The other vehicles that we see are a silver Impala and a tractor trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Move that as exhibit 61? 62. So Detective, are you and Detective Martin essentially photographing the exterior of the residence right now?
Yes, the entire perimeter.
And what is this photograph?
This is going to be the north side of the house.
Move that as exhibit 63. And what's this photograph?
This is a silver Impala that also belonged to the Daniels family.
Move that as exhibit 64. Detective, can you identify this photograph?
These are their two storage sheds that were located behind the home.
Move that as exhibit 65. All right, Detective, can you identify this photograph?
This is the back of the residence.
And Detective, what does this appear to be on this back deck?
On that table,
Yes.
a Power Wheels car.
Okay. And what about next to the railing on the deck?
It looks like boots.
Boots? What other item is behind the boots?
I can't tell.
Okay. Move that as the next exhibit, please.
66.
And Detective, what do you see in this photograph?
The truck, the green truck that belongs to the Daniels family, the storage sheds, the backside of those.
Move that as the next exhibit.
67.
It appears you're going around the house counterclockwise, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what do we see in this photo?
This is still the back of the residence, but more towards the south side.
And do we see a better idea of the tracks you were describing earlier?
Yes, you can see tracks, looks like they're going around the trailer,
And I'm gonna point, what do you see here?
car tracks.
Car tracks going around the house?
Yes, sir,
Right. Do those tracks continue all the way around?
they do, out to the driveway.
And in this photograph, what do we see here?
That is going to be the defendant's vehicle again.
Move that as exhibit house, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We're back to the front, towards the south side of the house.
What do we see here?
The tire tracks.
We've got exhibit 69. Detective, what do we see in this photograph?
This is the front of the house, and again, you can see the tire tracks continuing around the house.
We've got exhibit 70. Okay, Detective, it appears that you have approached the rear entrance to the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe what we see in this photograph?
This is the back porch, and that's the back door. They use that as their main door.
Okay. And what, do you see any items placed in either of these chairs?
No, sir.
Move that as the next exhibit.
71.
And Detective, can you identify this photograph?
That is the steps that are leading up to the porch that we just had a picture of.
Move that as exhibit 72. All right, Detective, it appears that the rear door of the residence is open, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you see as you enter the rear door?
There are toys in the entryway.
Move that as exhibit 73. Detective, is this, can you, I don't know if you can see from there or your photo, but what do we see on this?
That is a latch that was at the top of the door. It was used in conjunction with a padlock to keep the door secure.
Move that as exhibit 74. And Detective, is this a close-up of the interior side of the rear door?
Yes, sir.
And what am I pointing to here?
That's the other part of the latch.
Move that as exhibit 75. Detective, can you identify what we see in this part of the photograph?
That is going to be a sticky fly trap and the latch for the door.
And that latch is on the interior side of the door?
Yes, sir.
Move that as exhibit 76. All right, Detective, what do we see in this photograph?
That is from the inside of the door, and the door is now closed. The latch that was used with the padlock.
Move that as exhibit 77. And Detective, can you identify this photograph?
This is the key that went to the padlock. That was located on the mantle of the fireplace.
You know, move that as the next exhibit.
78.
Detective, please identify this photograph.
You're looking at that same back door from the inside. That's the entryway, the fireplace to the left, and toys in the floor.
Move as exhibit 79. All right, Detective, describe this photograph.
This is in the living room. We're just to the left side of that door, and there's again toys in the floor.
Move this as exhibit 80. And Detective, please describe this.
This is the padlock that would have been used on that back door. Detective Troy Martin, he's holding it as he photographs it.
Move that as exhibit 81. Can you identify this, please?
That is the key to the padlock.
Move as exhibit 82. Okay, Detective, start with the left side of this photograph and tell me what you see.
That is the TV that's in the living room. In the reflection, you can see myself and Detective Troy Martin. You can also see the reflection of Alex and Noah.
And what is Alex wearing?
Looks like he's wearing a white AC/DC t-shirt.
And from this photograph, can you see what Noah is wearing? Just a second.
Looks like he's wearing a blue shirt from this picture.
And what is this item on the floor?
It's an Easter basket.
And do you remember when Easter was in 2018?
I think it was just a Sunday prior to this happening.
So roughly 3 or 4 days prior to this?
Yes, sir.
And what do we see here?
That's a China hutch, and it's placed in front of the front door of the trailer to prevent that door from opening.
Move that as the next exhibit.
83.
Okay, Detective, which room of the house are we looking into in this photograph?
This is considered the master bedroom, and it was the bedroom of Belle and Big Joe.
And what's hanging on this door?
Another Easter basket.
And can you identify what this is on part of this door?
It's another type of latch to keep doors closed.
Now, is this a single door, or are we looking at two doors?
It's 2 doors.
And can you describe some of the items or what this is on the floor in the bedroom?
There's a step stool, some toys, and maybe a small lockbox.
And these little white dots, do you know what those are?
To my knowledge, that was just trash.
What exhibit are we on?
On 84.
I'll move this as exhibit 84. Okay, detective, what do we see here?
That's that same set of double doors leading to the master bedroom, just closer up.
And on the left of the two double doors, can you identify what this is?
It's half of the latch that would keep those 2 doors locked.
If you close those two doors, would this latch and lock be on the inside of the bedroom or the outside?
The outside of the bedroom.
So if you locked it, it would be locking something in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, I'll move that as exhibit 87.
85.
And way off. All right, detective, what do we see in this photograph?
We are inside the master bedroom, looking towards the back of the house.
And again, these photos are being taken on April the 4th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what am I pointing to?
That is a bar stool with a shirt hanging over the back of it.
Is it a stool or a chair?
A bar chair. It looks like a bar height chair.
And here,
Same type of chair.
do you see a laundry basket anywhere in this grouping of furniture and other items?
I do not.
All right. Move that as the next exhibit.
86.
And what do you see in this photograph?
That's right beside the bed again with the step stool, the lockbox, and the trash in the floor.
Move that as exhibit 87. All right, what do we see?
That's the other side of the same bed. And it looks like there's some more trash in the floor and a toy.
Move this exhibit 88. Are we still in the master bedroom of Miss Bell and Big Joe?
Yes, sir.
And what is this photograph?
That's going to be of one of their bathrooms. There's actually 2 bathrooms in that bedroom.
Move this as the next exhibit.
89.
This photograph,
It's still in the master bedroom.
move it as exhibit 90. This photograph,
The master bedroom again.
move that as the next exhibit.
91.
And this photograph, detective,
I believe that's the other bathroom inside the master bedroom.
so there are 2 bathrooms in the master bedroom.
Yes. And I believe they're connected with a closet.
A closet goes in between the 2 bathrooms.
Yes, sir.
Move that as exhibit 92. We still in the master bedroom?
Yes, and I think that's kind of the closet area in between the bathrooms.
Move that as exhibit 93. Detective, does it appear that the photograph is being taken from one bathroom through the hallway into the other?
Yes.
Move that as exhibit 94. And this photograph,
That's going to be the other bathroom.
move as exhibit 95. I want to make sure we didn't skip ahead. Detective, is the photograph you're holding the same photograph that we see on the screen?
It is.
And what is this?
It's just another picture of that bathroom.
Move that as the next exhibit.
96.
All right, let me stop right there. Detective, what's the purpose of taking so many photographs?
We just We try to take pictures, as many pictures as we can of everything, so that if we need to refer back to them later, everything was documented. So we try to take pictures of everything.
So at this point in time, I mean, it appears that we're looking at a photograph of some Christmas wrapping paper and a green ball and a red ball and an Amazon box.
Yes.
I mean, at this point in time, is there something significant about those items?
No, sir.
And is there ever anything significant about these items?
No.
But you're just trying to document the scene?
Yes.
Move that as the next exhibit.
97,
What is this?
That is going to be in a closet, but I am not sure which one.
Move that as exhibit 98.
That's in that same closet.
Still in the master bedroom.
I believe it is.
Move that as exhibit 99.
And that's the closet again.
And I'll move that as exhibit 100. All right, detective, are we out of the master bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where are we now?
This is going to be the living room.
And what do you see in this photograph?
That is a coffee table. There's a bottle on it and some clothing.
Do you know who the bottle belongs to?
I do not.
And what is this?
A toy truck.
What's this?
It looks like either a toy or a piece of trash.
And what are these items?
Clothing.
What's this, the white,
It's a pair of socks,
and this,
a pair of blue jeans,
and this?
a plaid shirt.
Okay. So, see any other clothing items on this table at this point?
I do not.
Move that as the next exhibit.
101,
All right, what do we see here?
It's the same coffee table from a different angle.
Okay. And you see a plastic hammer
Yes, sir.
on the floor next to the table?
Yes.
And what do you see on the couch?
Another toy truck.
Move that as the next exhibit.
102,
And what is this?
This is cropped from a picture that you saw earlier, but it's a picture of the side of their house, and out on Garners Creek Road, you can see the maroon Impala parked on the road.
Move that as the next exhibit. And Detective, you've shown two pictures of the maroon Impala parked on the road,
Yes.
and you justified that was the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
But the defendant wasn't home when you got there.
He wasn't home when I got there. He got back to the house probably within 10 minutes of me getting there, because Sergeant Trevor Daniel asked Crystal if she would call him and ask for him to return home so he could talk to him. And so within 10 minutes, he returned to the house.
After you finished taking the documentation photos, what did you do next?
At that point, we had received some information that dogs had tracked to a pond behind the house, and that the pond was going to be pumped and searched. So I went back to that pond and observed.
You observed the pond being drained?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what did you do after that?
After that, South 3rd Street is right behind that pond. It's very close. And several of us had congregated in that area to just talk about what our plan was to do next. And Detective Jeff Lovell, who is one of my coworkers, received a phone call at that time from the defendant, Joseph. And Joseph asked Detective Lovell if we could check his trunk of his car.
All right, so the defendant gets back home,
Yes, sir.
and you have just gone down the street to 3rd Street.
Yes,
The defendant calls and asks for someone to check his trunk
that's right.
after he returns home.
Yes.
All right. What did you do next?
After that, I didn't go check the trunk. My supervisor, Sergeant Daniel, he did that. After he checked the trunk, Sergeant Daniel asked me and Detective Lovell, would you guys ask Joseph if he minds riding with you guys and showing you where all he looked for Joe Clyde? So we asked him, and he agreed to ride with us and show us where he looked.
And I want to be super clear on this. When you say you asked the defendant to ride with you, Was he under arrest?
He was not.
Had he been approached or confronted about any type of criminal activity?
No, sir.
Had he been free to come and go all morning long?
Yes.
Was he free to say, "I'm not riding with you"?
Yes.
Was there any pressure of any nature used to get him to ride with you?
No, sir.
All right. And did you record this ride as you drove the defendant around?
Yes.
And we have a recording of that today, is that correct?
Yes.
And at this point, I'm going to move a copy of the interview or of the recording of yourself and the defendant and Detective Lovell as you are driving in and around Darner's Creek.
That will be Exhibit 104.
Thank you. And before we start, we have transcripts for the jury to follow along with. We can distribute those. Judge, we'll need a couple of minutes for the defense to look at our transcript.
Well, let's go ahead and just take a recess and stretch a leg before we start into this video. How long is this video?
It's over an hour.
Over an hour, so we'll need to go ahead and take our afternoon recess right now. Thank you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
All rise.
Recording
This court is in
stopped.
recess.
Recording in progress.
All right, before we bring the jury back, let's get the defendant in. Hold on. Probably would be a good idea. All right, we have the defendant back. So I've been handed another question from the jury. And this exemplifies the problem that has been created by Mr. Lockhart's line of questioning. I'm sorry to ask this, but I'm not quite clear on the questions about the missing shoes and child in pajamas. Were those legitimate claims that the investigators did not follow up, or were they hypotheticals the lawyer made? Which of course means that I've now got to bring them out and talk about it again, which is the reason why, and my intent is to explain to them that we had a pretrial hearing on at least one of those situations about the child statement, and that I've ruled that the statement would not be admissible at trial because of the fact that it did not comply, in this court's opinion, with the requirements. There was no allegation it was an excited utterance, which I'm not going to explain to them, but that's the base. There was no claim that it was an excited utterance. It was simply a statement made out of court being sought to be introduced. I know the argument was to prove the bias of the investigation. But the question about whether those were legitimate claims that the investigators did not follow up, or were they hypotheticals that the lawyer made, is it more difficult? Do you state have any question or any position? I realize your position is I should instruct the jury to disregard the entire line of questioning. And Mr. Lockhart, do you have anything you want to address on that before I bring the jury out?
I think the court can say that there were 2 reports, but there's no evidence that the reports are accurate or not.
That is actually the evidence, though, that the reports weren't accurate, which is one of the reasons that Mr. Lockhart wasn't allowed to have these made admissible pre-trial, because it was hearsay within hearsay, and this court can opine from the evidence already in the trial.
Well, let's distinguish, excuse me for interrupting, but let's distinguish between the 2 reports, because one is just a report of missing boots.
Sure.
That's not necessarily hearsay. The second report is the statement of the child at 4 years of age that now doesn't remember any of that, and the mother was going to be repeating a statement of a 4-year-old child. That was actually, in a sense, double hearsay. So go ahead, I'm sorry, I'm having distinguished between those.
And I should have distinguished, and I'm only referring to this report that was ruled on pretrial, which is the report that originated in Humphreys County, which was the double hearsay report that said that a 5-year-old heard another child say, "I'm 5, no, I'm 15, I'll be back later to play with you," which is already clear from the video and evidence in this trial that Joe Clyde Daniels could have never said that. But on top of that, it's double hearsay and in violation of the court's order, which is why I'm again asking you to instruct the jury that those questions were made in violation of an order, or else the state will be prejudiced.
All right, let's bring the jury back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may have a seat. I have been handed a question that one of you asked, and I want to read that question into the record, and then I want to address it. The question is, I'm sorry to ask this, but I'm not quite clear on the questions about the missing shoes and child in pajamas. Were those legitimate claims that the investigators did not follow up, or were they hypotheticals the lawyer made? All right, those are two different things, and I want to address them separately. The lawyer, Mr. Lockhart, asked the investigator or the officer about the report that a child had shoes that were missing off of a porch. And he answered that he thought those were investigated or whatever, and that had they been reported, they would have been investigated, or should have been. That's distinguishing from a statement about supposedly a child saying that they saw another child or whatever. That is what we call hearsay. Prior to this trial beginning, there were pretrial motions and hearings that I conducted. I made certain rulings, as I've told you over and again, that I have to make regarding the admissibility of evidence. My rulings are about what I believe is admissible evidence and what is reliable evidence. And I have excluded any evidence of some statement that a child would have made about another child because of the fact that, in my opinion, and the rulings I made on the evidence, was that they were not reliable evidence that should be admitted. We've talked about before hearsay statements where somebody isn't here and so forth that you can ask them to bring in. If that person comes in to testify, that's a different matter. But when being able to have someone come in and repeat a statement that a child made 3 years ago is a little different. I have excluded that, and I made a ruling on that. Mr. Lockhart's questions seem to violate, or seem to be, not violate, but they seem to be contrary to what my ruling was. And for that reason, I'm going to instruct you that there is no evidence that will be presented to you unless it changes and the child comes in to testify. But right now, there's no evidence of that statement of that child that's been presented to you. The lawyer's questions are not evidence. So keep that in mind when the lawyers ask the questions. The only significance that the lawyer's questions have is that it gives weight or gives an explanation to the answer that the witness gives, if you understand that. They ask a question, the witness answers, and that Mr. Lockhart, in representing his client, was attempting to show that through the officer that the investigation that was so detailed didn't cover this particular issue. And I have ruled that that statement is not admissible about a child, and therefore you are instructed to disregard and not to attach any significance to that statement about a child. The shoes are a different matter. That's not hearsay. And he was asked about it, and he answered it, and you can recall what he said. So I hope that has clarified the situation for him. Mr. Lockhart is not in trouble with the court. I'm just simply telling you that the interpretation that I give of my ruling may be different than what he did, but I wanted to make sure that you understand that I'm ordering you not to attach any significance to the idea that some report of a child in pajamas was made, other than the fact that it was made in an effort, a question was asked in an effort to show that the investigation was not as far-reaching as it could have been. All right. Having made that clarification to you in answer to your question, we'll allow Mr. Crouch to, or Mr. Turnbow, whoever it was, to ask Detective McCartney any further questions.
Detective, before we recessed, I believe I had moved in as an exhibit your audio recording of the defendant riding with you and Detective Lovell. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what exhibit is that, Ms. Clerk?
104.
Thank you. And we're now going to play Exhibit 104. Pause for 1 second. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the bailiff distribute copies of the transcript of this recording for the jury to follow along with. And Your Honor, a copy for the court. And defense has been provided a copy of the transcript.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Griffin.
This is just a recording, not a video.
That's correct. Detective McCartney, before we get too far into the transcript, you are in a vehicle with Detective Lovell,
Yes, sir.
and who's doing the driving?
Detective Lovell.
And where are you sitting?
I am sitting in the back seat. Joseph Daniels is sitting in the front passenger seat.
Thank you. And just for explanation, does Detective Lovell have Tourette's?
He does.
And will you be able to hear some of his Tourette's in this?
Yes, you will.
And does he explain that to Mr. Daniels?
He does.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, tell me, from beginning to end, everything that happened.
All right, so I woke up this morning, around 5:30. I got out of bed. I got to the house, the clothes. That way they could go to school. So I went into the living room, saw that the coffee table had been moved.
Where's the
And
house?
And,
How's it moved, where's it going? Says,
so where it was, when you went to the house earlier, where it was sitting on the couch, it was actually sitting like here's the two doors to the bedroom. Here's the coffee table, and a little, not exactly in front of the doors, but away from the doors, but facing towards the doors. And then I noticed that the lock wasn't on the door. I went into the bedroom, he wasn't in the bed. So I looked into my aunt's bedroom, she wasn't in there. He wasn't in there either. I looked everywhere through the house and couldn't find him. I got Crystal up, my wife. She got her clothes on and we went around and I went up and down this road a little bit, went over to Old Connors Peak Road over here, checked there, couldn't find them. And then I called the police, and that's when they came out. And while they were out, I searched this area a little bit more, and still couldn't find them. So what I did, I went all the way down to the end of this road, on Connors Peak Road, where it gets Harris Road, and I checked through all the yards through there, and I just couldn't find them.
did you stop anywhere you got one?
I was going really slowly through the area, about this speed actually, with my hazard lights on. But I didn't get out, there was a lot of people that was coming down the road, but I wasn't gonna come back through here again and check. I'm getting out there what's out until they said that they needed my ID to issue out the alert.
You remember stopping over to look for him? Yeah. Yeah, feel free, you got anything?
And that's when I heard, a lot of people coming out and saw more police officers in the state getting in.
Did you go back out right after that?
I did not.
The first time you know, before y'all called the police, was you and your wife driving around?
It was just me. I was driving around with Alex in the passenger seat, and we didn't see anything.
What color is the pajamas? They black, she said?
Black with
Skeleton.
skeleton. Yeah.
So you know your son doesn't go over that. Do you think it's possible that he'll lock that lock?
That's a good question, because there's some things that he's been doing recently, like he's been progressing, doing things better. So it's a really good question if he did or not. I know recently, he's been getting better at doing things and progressing. But he hasn't really, I haven't seen him unlock the door.
Do you see him try?
I have not seen him try, but my wife Crystal has. at 10.
They just didn't feel about last night.
No, that's how I can recall. I wasn't seeing it or hearing
Any levels or anything?
anything. No.
Alex said that
Yeah, I got woke up by that.
you got woke up by that.
Yeah. That was about 11:30, so it wasn't too far after I had went to bed. And I didn't do that. Alice did. I'm just worried that somebody's or something.
Did you call him or anything like that?
No.
So he wouldn't have been upset with that.
No, I didn't go in with that.
Is that normal behavior for him to get accidents?
It is normal for him to do anytime. So I don't, we really don't, scream or holler like that at him. He always does this kind of stuff when my stepmom is gone. So that's when he takes off.
You're really close with her?
Yeah,
So is that Papa's wife?
yes,
Okay, so he's close with both of them.
yeah.
Where they at?
Texas. They're all the way back here.
So at 11:30, Papa talked with you for, Gerald Baker that time?
Yeah, I told him, told him to get back to bed. He went back to sleep, so, and then after that, I don't
Was your wife alive at that time?
know. She actually got up, she said during the night, we really didn't do much. She said she could go back to sleep like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so you woke up at 11:30. She was asleep?
She wasn't asleep, or she was awake and I didn't know it because she was watching TV, so.
Okay, if you want to feel free to.
Last night, did you check the padlock?
No. But I did check it before I went, later in the evening. And she said she checked it too, so I don't know.
Y'all check every single thing?
Yeah, we make sure we check that every night before we go to bed, so. Just worried. I know you guys can check tails off and try to find them.
You say he's done this in the past, what's the farthest he's ever made it?
To the neighbor's house across the street.
Oh, really? So he's never made it before?
Yeah, he's never done this before. This is, I actually went down there too.
We'll check that when we're back.
You can look if you found leads or anything.
That's an idea. Guys, we get down closer to the house. You can tire or something.
Either he's tired or hungry. Someone's house.
So like, when he's at y'all's house, where's he like to stay at y'all's house? I think whether it's inside or outside, where's he like to go the most on y'all's property?
He likes the swing set a lot. He goes up to it. Sometimes he likes to go to the very back of the yard. And that's where I was thinking maybe he may have gone, and that's what he may have gone in that direction, potentially, so. I usually would have heard something because I actually slammed the door, I didn't hear that, so.
Well, it's just odd that, I mean, no difference you can think of, because it's odd that he would, you know, be that good at getting away. What is he doing? Who's that guy?
I think he's checking the clothes out. That's not right.
He's gone away.
He's my cousin.
Yeah. It's a shirt or something supposed to be there.
So he's looking too.
Yeah, everything's good.
Check that out.
We'll get it.
We're just gonna get it just never know. I'm gonna fix the clock real quick.
I'm just nervous right now. And the other one. Doesn't know his way back home.
So, who all was at the house last night? They have this there now? You said you were watching and you scold him or anything, does anybody get
No,
on him, or?
no, he's just so attached to Danny. And alcohol that he
Do you have any problems with anybody, their friends come over, or neighbors come over? The reason I'm asking is, if there's something you may have forgotten, or something that you might not wanna tell us, we need to know every single thing, so we can find it, we'll bring home. We gotta know everything, you can't leave nothing out.
Right, I understand that, yeah. And I know that, I don't know if he has any friends in this area, he's made any friends, with us, or anything like that, so that part I don't know. The neighbors, he likes to go to the neighbor's yard, if he does, get away, and sometimes the neighbors aren't home, so we have to go is Joe Biden, Daniel's third. I named him after my dad, so
Do you go by Joe or Joseph?
Joe. There wasn't really anything unusual about, dinner or anything like that. He just did his normal thing. He went to bed, watching hockey, and then, I'm trying to figure out where he could have gone.
It was cold last night. I really don't see him going way too far, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he'd stay close. I know he goes to the neighbor's house, I do feel like he's gonna have some kind of comfort zone, he's gonna stay inside of it.
I don't know. I would think it would have gotten this far.
Park over there,
No.
the more vehicles over there.
Yeah.
No vehicles.
For someone his age, I don't think he would have gone this far, but possibilities are just. Keep going.
Y'all done anything wrong at all. If there's something that you more than you thought of, you gotta tell us.
Right, I'm trying to think, what could it cost him to do this?
Or anything you know that you're not telling us?
I don't know anything. Tell you except for just what I've told you. I don't know. Cause I do everything I can in my power to make sure he's happy.
And we know that y'all gotta couldn't keep him in the house too, that's obvious by looking at it.
Yeah.
Nobody's doubting it in that way, nobody's doubting those kids won't be happy.
Oh,
Really
really?
can't use it. I don't know why they do that. Got my real lights on, so nobody.
Well, he knows how to open the trunk and close it, so that's, that was just a hunch of mine, but I didn't look for it, so,
What about the trunk of that gray car? Anybody check that?
I don't know. I know.
Can I get in out of there?
I believe the car was locked. Then my truck was actually unlocked.
Maybe we can check it again the second time while you and I are walking up to the house. I think about that, maybe that after we check the trunk, it's called, I think we check it again.
There's an area that's back where, there's a dirt road, but on my road, I would go left, left right there, go all the way down to the end of the road, and take a left, that road, and then eventually it went to that dirt road.
You know that before?
He is done, actually. Not that I remember.
Yeah, I still see him getting this far out, somebody seen it, stop checking on it. I know there's some bad people out there, but 90% of the people on this planet, they're honest, decent people. They saw a car go off and they would stop.
Yeah, that was, I don't think it's that
What makes you think about this road you're talking about?
Well, he hasn't been back there. He's also a very curious child as well. So that's one thing that, I wonder about. It's like girls. I think so.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes. No socks. They're supposed to have his tonsils taken out because they were bars, his dad was street. They were also bars as well. First time I had the house with me, and I dropped it off. And I went out. Coach again. Check. I checked also. I didn't see it later. Yeah. Yeah, check there too.
worry about what they was hungry or cold. We'll do this stuff down. We're supposed to have a sponsor check now. Dixie, I want that. That road is past by, how far away from there? Is it past your house?
Yeah, it's a little past my house. You go on to Third Street there, like after Mike's house.
What about your kids? My kids, they're trying to crumble steel skin when they're tired and hungry.
He's tired, he's tired right now, so I'm going to sleep. That's just scary.
Has anyone away from y'all before for a period of time?
He was a baby, 1 year old, he went out the door, stuck out the door, and hit the ditch. Escape. That's too much.
I don't think that's gonna be anything, Jeff. That's how our number one priority is funding your son.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my number one goal. You know, sometimes we gotta start looking inside the family. You know that, right?
Yeah.
That happens. And I hate to have to even think that way right now, and I don't want to. But it's just something that we have to do sometimes, because we don't know.
Right. Nothing happened that I know of. Once we got up, we got out, nobody did anything to it. None of those things normal.
Where did you sleep at?
And Eddie's dad with Alex. They sleep with each other.
So Alex, one person there with him?
Yeah, Alex was the only one else there with him. I know when I woke up in the middle of the night, that
big one? I need to turn here by, where these cars are going down.
That's right there on the line.
Bring it through there. Is there another way? There's another way to get through.
I'll show you.
The only thing is that all the shoes are in the house, so he wouldn't have had a pair of shoes on. There is no secret clubhouse that the brother knows of. Joe likes big trucks. But as far as animals or anything, no, not really. Yeah, he does like big trucks. Yeah,
Really?
yeah, we're done.
Really?
Well, pretty much done. Well, it's like people that don't want to do a chip shop. We're gonna go look. I'm not exactly sure. He's showing us how to get there, but it's our road somewhere back in here.
Yeah, there's another road right here.
Also, let me know for a service. He left a few days ago, and I said the rest of the person closest to me. And they're gone.
Sorry, brother, thank you. I mean, it goes by there, I'm not sure what else is back here though. Further down. I want to go this I'll work that out. Joe.
Ain't nobody get down there? No. It's fine with that. You said if you want your information, you want to talk. You can say, like, yes,
Is there a specific location we're going to be on here? They're gonna go road.
There's dirt road out here.
Curious what it-
There's a chance that you can hear it. I don't remember taking it out here this far.
Just to let you know, I guess I should say this earlier. If you're making these crazy noises, I'm not going to direct my guy for it. So if you're bumping or contact it's not directed at you.
No, that's fine. I haven't heard of that.
Mine's mild compared to, I remember like jerking cussing because of bad names, you know, it's kind of just a little, yeah. No, we're in Hickman County. I'm gonna go vote. We're in Hickman County.
Have you ever been back here before?
I have
What, back here before?
just about where I was,
How far back? You go.
not that far,
You didn't drive back here today?
Yeah, we can look at that. You come back here to cool off, like what it's the,
sometimes the light gets on. There's the heat audience, so I just, she also comes back to here.
what,
From that happened.
So,
y'all know what we argue about. I know what me and my wife argue about. What do y'all know what we argue about? I do it every time. What? You know,
a couple of weeks ago, and it was there.
so let's get water out of there. Good water is true. How you doing? Doing all right. Let's take the picture. Where'd you take it to the sheriff's office?
Yeah, I heard about the kid missing.
Did you see the picture?
See the picture of the boy?
I haven't, but I've been listening to make sure I didn't hear nobody screaming or hollering.
Awesome.
I've been here since about 8 this morning.
Did anybody come out through here?
if I see him, I definitely let y'all know.
You see anybody come there this morning or last night, or when's the last time you see it?
I've been here to one spot there since about 8. There's been people in and out for the past, probably every 15, 20 minutes, there's been a vehicle go by.
What is this, right?
I'm not even sure.
Does it go, how far in does it go? We in Hillman County right now?
I'm not even sure. I'm not from around here. I'm on my way from Collinswood. I'm with the logging crew.
Yeah, I used to play us in football in high school, I was from Forest.
Yeah.
I used to whoop us every year.
They're a pretty good football team when they want to be sometimes.
Corn feds what they are. It's all right though. All right, sir, we appreciate, man.
But if I definitely see something or hear something, I'll definitely will go out there.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, ain't no problem. I understand.
You be safe out there.
You too, buddy. I sure hate to get out there.
We don't find him around there somewhere. Somebody, you know what I'm saying? Nobody came in and got him. Something, we're missing something. There's a big piece to it. Somebody knows what he's at, he's not telling us, leave him out there. It's like somebody has to know something. Somebody's got to know something. They didn't just vanish and did Yeah. Who's down Garden Street?
Judge, I think we're gonna have to start over.
No, we're not.
Judge, for some reason, we have a short or something in the wiring. That's why it's not the audio, it's the wiring. So we're gonna, yeah. I know where we are on the transcript.
We're on, what, page 37 of 40, 41, is that roughly?
We are at an old structure around here. It went out, came back on, and went out. While Mr. Etheridge is doing that, I'm gonna
Go ahead. We're about 4 pages in the transcript away from the end, if I'm understanding it correctly. So you got a question for Detective McCartney? Go ahead.
Detective, we're going to finish listening to the conclusion of the audio in just a few minutes, but let me direct your attention back to the beginning of the interview, if I could, and specifically on page 2. Did the defendant tell you what time that he got up that morning?
He did. He said that he woke up at 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And what did he say when he walked into the living room that he observed?
He said so I went into the living room and saw that the coffee table had been moved.
Okay. And where had it been moved to?
He said where it was sitting in front of the couch, it was actually sitting like, here's the 2 doors to the bedroom and here's the coffee table, not exactly in front of the doors, but away from the doors, but basically towards the doors.
And is he referring to the 2 double doors?
At the master bedroom.
And we've already seen several photos that there are actually double doors going into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything about the lock?
Said he noticed the lock wasn't on the door.
Okay. And also on page 3, what did he say when he looked in his Aunt Joyce's bedroom?
So I looked into my aunt's bedroom. She wasn't in there. He wasn't in there either. I looked everywhere through the house.
Okay, so is he saying what? He's saying he looked in his aunt's bedroom and Aunt Joyce wasn't there?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. Let me take your attention to page 5. What did he tell you as to his observations of Joe Clyde unlocking a door?
I asked him if he thought it was possible that Joe Clyde could unlock the lock, and he said, that's a good question, because there's some things that he's been doing recently, like he's been progressing and doing things better, so it's a really good question if he did or not. I know recently he's been getting better at doing things, he's progressing, but he hasn't really. I haven't seen him unlock the door.
Okay. And again, he tells you what time he went to bed?
10 o'clock.
And did he say what Alex did or what Alex said?
I told him that Alex had said Joe peed in the floor. He said, yeah, I got woke up by that.
And why did you tell him that?
Because Alex had told me that earlier that morning at the house.
Okay. And until that point, when you bring it up, had the defendant relayed to you that Alex had peed in the floor?
No.
All right. Now, if I could take you to page 9. Oh. What did the defendant tell you about the locks being checked?
He stated that she had checked the lock, talking about Crystal. I asked, is that something y'all check every single night? He said, yeah, we make sure and check that every single night before we go to bed. So I'm worried, really. I know you guys are just searching your tails off trying to find him.
Okay. And what's he tell you on line 22?
On line 22, he asks, do you guys have any kind of leads or anything?
All right. Then I'll take your attention to page 10, line 12.
He stated, sometimes he likes to go to the very back of the yard. And that's where I was thinking he may have gone, and that's why he may have gone that direction potentially. So I don't know. But I usually would have heard something because he likes to slam the door, and I didn't hear that.
He told you that he likes to slam the door?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't hear a door slam?
Yes, right.
So, Detective, on April the 4th, we hear in this interview, Detective Lovell mentions that it was cold the night before. What was the weather the night before, April 3rd into the 4th?
The night before, on the 3rd, there were bad thunderstorms and heavy rain, and the temperature was pretty cool.
Okay. And if I could take you to page 15. Line 19, what does the defendant tell you?
I don't know anything other to tell you except for just what I've told you because I don't know. Because I do everything I can in my power to make sure he's happy.
Had the defendant provided any reason that Joe Clyde wouldn't be happy?
He had not.
Okay. And page 16. Do you ask him about the trunk?
I do.
And what did he say?
Sometimes, well, he knows how to open the trunk and close it. So that's, that was just a hunch of mine, but I didn't go anywhere, so
Okay. So the defendant says it was a hunch, is that correct?
yes,
But he didn't go anywhere.
right.
Okay. And let me take you to page 19. What does the defendant answer in response to if he's wearing socks or no socks?
He says no shoes, no socks.
Was the defendant asleep when he claims the child escaped?
Yes,
How would he know if he was wearing shoes or socks?
I don't know.
Okay. Now I'll take you to page 21. What does he tell you in Detective Lovell after Detective Lovell says he gets worried when babies might be hungry or cold? I'll take you to line 9.
Line 9.
Yes.
Yeah, he says, yeah, that's my fear too. My biggest fear was him trying to escape. That was my biggest fear because he was known to do that.
He says he was known to do that.
Yes.
Now, did he tell you when he had first escaped ever?
He said the first time that Joe Clyde had ever escaped, he was about 1 year old.
1 year old? Okay.
Yes.
And now I'll take you to page 22. Did he tell you did the defendant tell you what Joe Clyde had eaten for dinner the night before? On page line 14?
He says he ate pizza that we had cooked and he had ate some cake too.
All right. And in response to what would make Joe Clyde Daniels scared, what did the defendant say on line 21?
He said, unless he's scared, which I've never seen anything make him scared.
Thank you. And page 23. Again, referring to Joe Clyde escaping, what did the defendant say starting with line 2?
He said, not this long. The first time he did this, he was a baby, just 1 year old. And he went out the door, snuck out the door, and ended up going into a ditch. So it's something about him that he just wants to escape. I don't know why.
All right. And page 23, line 11, what does the defendant tell you?
Besides the house, I think he would not go to the truck stop unless inaudible. I don't know if he has any friends around or any close neighbors. He would go to their places.
Okay. The defendant says he wouldn't go to the truck stop unless, and then it's inaudible.
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you in this car ride that he had already driven to the truck stop that morning?
I can't remember if he actually said he went. I don't think he did. He told me he drove Gardner's Creek to the end of Gardner's Creek where it meets Harris Road.
Yeah. But he actually did drive to the truck stop.
He did.
But he says, I think he wouldn't go to the truck stop.
Right.
Do you know why the defendant drove to the truck stop if he thinks his son would not go to the truck stop?
I don't know.
Did he offer an explanation?
He did not.
Thank you. Now let me take you to page 24. On line 13, what do you tell the defendant?
24, line 13.
Yes, ma'am.
Just so you know, our number one priority is finding your son.
And on line 16?
Okay, so that's my number one goal.
Well, was that your number one goal at that time?
Yes.
And were you looking for a dead child or a missing alive 5-year-old?
I was looking for a missing alive child in hopes that we could find him alive. And I knew we had a small window of time to do that.
Okay. Did you have some suspicions that you may not be getting the full story?
I was suspicious at this time.
Okay. Take you to page 26. What does the defendant say after he tells you that he got woke up on line 1?
I know when I got woke up in the middle of the night that he had peed on the floor, but I didn't spank him, scream at him, or anything. I just went back to bed.
Okay. Then let me take you to page 29. Line 1, he says, "Yeah, I went down this way, but I didn't go further." What does that mean? Where were you at this point?
So at this point, we're on McElhaney Road. And I can tell that because this is right before we talk to the loggers? Hold on a second. No, at this point, we're on Garner's Creek Road still, heading towards Harris Road.
Okay. And in a moment, when Mr. Etheridge gets his computer back up, we're going to look at a map.
Yeah.
Let me take you to page 30 now. Line 9.
Okay.
Does the defendant describe how Joe Clyde can or cannot talk?
He says he can say a few words here and there, but he can't fully talk. He can say yes, no, mom, dad.
Okay. Then I'll take you to page 31. What does Detective Lovell ask the defendant on line 4?
Is there a specific location we're going to now on here? Like, is there another dirt road, or is it?
And what was his answer?
He said there is a dirt road out here, and then Detective Lovell said, would he be curious to look at anything? And Mr. Daniels said, there's a chance that he would be curious. I don't remember taking him out this far.
Okay. So it'll help when we have the map on the screen, if Mr. Etheridge can pull that up. But where, are you all en route to this road he's describing at this point?
Yes, he had told us a spot that we could check.
All right. And he tells you this spot earlier in the trip, is that right?
Yes.
So let me take you back to page 17. On line 13, what do you ask the defendant?
Can you think of a different direction we should be driving?
And what does the defendant say?
That there's an area that's back where there's a dirt road on my road. I would go left or go on through it, or 3rd Street. I think it's where Pruitt ends and then turns to 3rd Street. And if you take a left there and go all the way down to the end of the road, and then take a left on that road, and eventually you'll end up on a dirt road.
Okay, Detective, you've been riding with the defendant.
Yes.
And he's describing how to get to this dirt road. He says if you go down Garner's Creek and you take a left on 3rd Street, where Pruitt turns into 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
So here we have Garner's Creek, 1112, where the defendant resides.
Yes.
And here is where Pruitt turns into 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
And he says you drive down 3rd Street,
Yes.
you take a left.
Yes, at the end of that, take a left.
Old Garner's Creek or McElhaney?
McElhaney.
And is this McElhaney Road?
It is.
And where does McElhaney Road go?
Eventually it leads into either Humphreys or Hickman County.
And I'm gonna trace it, tell me if I'm off.
That's the correct route.
Okay, so if we go back to page 30 or 31, is this where you all are now driving on McElhaney Road?
Yes, it is. We're on that road at that point.
So, and before we go away from this screen, have you already driven south on Garner's Creek?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how far south on Garner's Creek you went before you all turned around?
We drove at least to where Garner's Creek Road meets Harris Road, and that's where we turned around.
And do you know approximately how far it is from his house to where Garner's Creek runs into Harris?
I think it's approximately 7 miles.
So you drove about 7 miles south towards Harris Road.
Yes.
Then you drove north and came back and followed the path that he describes on page 17.
Yes.
Which takes you out from McElhaney before it turns into a dirt road in Hickman County.
Yes.
Now, on page 17, at the bottom, what does Detective Lovell say, starting with line 23?
We'll go there when we go back, and we'll go check that out. Has he gone there before?
And what does the defendant say?
I have. He has not, actually.
Okay, so he says, I've been there, but Joe Clyde has not.
Yes.
Now let's go back to page 31. And on line 11, what does the defendant, well, line 9, you ask, would he be curious to look at anything? And what does the defendant say, starting with line 11?
There's a chance that he could be curious. I don't remember taking him out this far.
And what did you gather when he said that? That he had taken him out there, just not as far as you were?
Yes.
Okay. And are we good with audio at this point?
Or an old structure, and he might think of a playhouse?
And we are on the bottom of page 37, line 21.
Yes.
Buildings, I know the neighbor where, small house, back to something, or,
Which one's that?
there's a lake, there's a pond from a house, that's next to the house, behind the second place. It's on that road, I tried to get on, it was blocked in. Right across the street, there's a house that's pointed on a creek, and there's a woodshed behind it.
Right
Yeah. Didn't say anything. Okay, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go check it out here. Let's do it first. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
You know what's in there?
First time I've seen it.
Bring it back. You can wait now, full guard, you can go back down. Thank you. waving from the troopers, waving us up there, up at the house. I'll back at you.
Dad wandered off.
So they don't fucking hit my ass. Y'all going by. Well, I need to church here and talk to Cameron Bunny here for Michigan to get on out. Someone else. Yes, sir.
This guy saw him at 1 o'clock in the morning standing up here by the road.
Are you serious?
Yes. I
Okay.
said, you didn't think anything about that? No?
All right, let me pull over and talk to his ass in real quick. Thank you.
Hey, he's gonna pull over right there.
Okay, Detective, is the audio in at that point?
Yes, sir.
And remove a copy of the transcript as the next exhibit.
105.
Aside from Detective Lovell's curse words, what was he referring to?
When we pulled back up to the house,
Yes.
um,
He said somebody was waving at you?
yes, there was a THP trooper there that had a civilian there with him in his own vehicle, and he had stated that he saw someone on the side of the road the previous night, in the middle of the night.
Okay. And did you identify who the civilian was?
That was Daniel McCormick.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you what he said because he's one of our witnesses. We'll get to him later.
Yes, sir.
Did you conduct an interview with Daniel McCormick?
I briefly spoke with him,
Okay. How long was your interaction with Mr. McCormick?
not very long, probably a couple of minutes.
Okay. And before that came up, you had, on page 41, you made a statement, Dad wandered off. Did the defendant get out of the truck at that point?
He did,
Where did he go?
up towards the
Okay,
residence.
so were y'all back at the command center or at the residence?
We were at the residence, right in front of it, on Garner's Creek Road. We had to park on Garner's Creek Road.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at what point would you like me to stop? An hour ago?
How much further do you have?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. Well, before you conclude today, well, if this is the appropriate stopping point, here's what we've got. We've got the jury that needs to get settled into their weekend location, and we need to get them fed. So all the lawyers had talked, and we had agreed that stopping at 5 o'clock today would be probably appropriate. I've spoken with the jury, and they're agreeable to being here at 8 o'clock in the morning and starting up at 8. And we'll go from 8 to 12 tomorrow morning, and then we'll adjourn until Monday morning, and then we'll see where we are. We do have one matter I need to take up after the jury has exited the room, though. So if we will be in adjournment, we'll let you go ahead and go to your jury room, and then let me take this other matter up, and then we'll come back. You won't be coming back. We'll send you on to your location, okay? And Detective McCartney, you can stay where you are.
Yes, sir.
You can. Okay, I've been handed a jury question, and let's just go ahead and deal with it so that tomorrow morning we can address it. The question from the juror is, the transcript discusses the coffee table being near the double doors. They even cite page 2, lines 19 through 25. Does the detective know if the Joseph indicated the lock was used on those double doors or the back door? Page 3, lines 1 through 2. The photos showed hasps on both. It's not clear from the transcript. So the question is whether the padlock was used on the back door or on the double doors. I think there was some discussion about both of those. So I think that's a legitimate question to clarify I don't mind if the state, since you're still asking questions of this witness, that tomorrow morning you address that issue. But any objection to the jurors' questions?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Then tomorrow morning, we'll let the state address that in their direct questioning. Then in view of that, is there anything we need to address before we adjourn?
Judge, I'm obviously not an audio person over here, but the problem with the audio and any video we play is we think the splitter. So that's going to continue to happen whether the defense is using it or we are. I mean, can I suggest someone from this county operations, come and take a look at it?
Who can we call?
Rick with Audio Sound is who we called last time. I'll check, see if he can come by first.
See if he can be by here first thing in the morning. We're going to start at 8 o'clock, so he needs to be here at 7 if he can.
I mean, with a
We just need to
splitter.
make sure that he knows what the problem is so he can address it.
Okay.
Mr. Etheridge, will you stay and let me get Rick on the phone and you talk to him?
All right, anything else? All right, we will see you all then at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We stand adjourned.
Recording stopped.
All right. Court's in recess till 8 in the morning.
Rick, please answer the phone.
He had your family.
No. And then he doesn't ask. Josh, Rick, the audio guy, got him as audio guy. Answer. His phone number, if you want to text.